Alrighty then, here we go. We've got a lot of stuff to do tonight. So a big patch went out today. So we've got a lot of stuff to look at from that. Also, I see Pox37 dropped a Prime sub right after the end of stream last night, so thank you for that. And Popper Panzer, good evening to you. So, lots of stuff in the Natch Potes. So let's go take a gander at those. So first and foremost, a whole bunch of problems involving instances that have been fixed. So if we run into any instancing problems, we'll make sure to report any of those as we come to them. Next big thing, we have a big upgrade, or big expansion, I should say, to the spell upgrade system. Lots of new features in there. Notably, let's see, summon pet and warder spells now add the rank of the spell to the pet's level, capped at player level -1. Very cool. Let's see here. Each upgraded pet level will increase HP by 6, add 1 base damage, and add 5 skill points. Enabled pet inventory for charmed pets. Ooh. Charmed pets now equip from pet inventory slots, and those items are removed when charm breaks. Charmed pets now report their inventory of player-given equipped items. Okay. Spell upgrades now have damage and healing bonuses. Ooh. So, let's see here. Now, the tooltip is not reflecting that. So, when we actually cast Greater Healing, we will see how much it heals for. Because it's not on the tooltip yet. Likewise, damage numbers are not on the tooltip for damage. But they are in there. Spellblade, Quick Buff, and Symphonic Aura now trigger upgraded spells/songs. That was not happening previously. They would just use the base version. Let's see. Spell upgrade duration effects now work for lull effects. Huzzah! So, yeah, Soothe 5 now lasts 3 minutes and 48 seconds instead of just 2:30. I mean, 2:30 was already long enough. Let's be entirely real. But, okay, there we go. Max level of crowd control effects, Mez and Charm, increased by spell tier. Ooh. Oh, and we see, we're going to see that here in a second. 10% chance 10% chance per spell tier to not consume reagents for spells that require reagents. Reagent costs are skipped at tier 10, and actually Alia was talking to me about that a couple days ago. So yeah, if you are at rank 10 on a spell that requires reagents, it just skips the check entirely, so you don't even have to have the reagent in your inventory in the first place. So that means, yeah, a rank 10 rune spell is free to cast. So if you want to be a shield caster, kind of like, or shield healer, kind of like scholars in Final Fantasy XIV, there you go. That is a realistic option now. Summon item spells will now summon items tier to spell tier if the item is upgradable. So like Summon Dagger 10 will summon a Summoned Dagger +10. Combat innate buffs with procs are cast at 1/2 of the buff's spell tier level. So Vampiric Embrace 10 will proc Vampiric Embrace 5. Cool. alternate advancement. Added the following class AAs. Note the AAs themselves have no effect, just give visibility and explanation to pre-existing passive bonuses. Innate Divine Healing, Innate Fighter's Tenacity, Innate Called Shot, Innate Power Strike for Berserker, Innate Sneakiness for Rogues. So if we go over here and we go to the Innate Fighter's Tenacity. So yeah, this just explains what used to be just passive things built into classes, just so you know. You have 2 hours and 45 minutes on Grimrot in 1, 2, and 4 was not up in 3. Okay, good to know. Little over 3 hours on that one. So it is 6:43 now. So call it 3 hours from now. At about 9:45-ish, we can hit Grimrot if we feel like it. Okay, good to know. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Okay, also we can see, let's see, grants the warrior the ability to go into a frenzy at low health, increased critical strike chance, and also permanently mitigates 5% of all incoming melee damage. Below 35% health, warrior goes into a berserker frenzy, gaining increased chance to hit, and turns their critical attacks into crippling blows, which deal increased damage, and can stun the target. The warrior will remain in this state until their health reaches 45%. Also, yeah, the permanently mitigate 5% of all incoming melee damage is kind of a misnomer, but it's a far better way to describe how enemy damage works. Because what it actually reduces is 1 damage interval, which is not exactly 5%, but it's it means that instead of the enemy doing interval times 1d20 damage, it does interval times 1d20 minus 1, i.e., it's interval times 0 to 19 instead of interval times 1 to 20. So, which is a very, which takes a bit of algebra to explain how monster damage works. So, yeah, calling it 5% is good enough. Ooh. Hello, yeehaw, there he is. Grazak, I saw him from a mile away. He didn't have a staff, so I knew who he was. All right, Grazak, here we go, bud. Give me my Axe of the Slayers. I mean, the belt is really good, too. I won't feel bad about the belt. The belt is the super rare drop. Axe is the common drop. But I want the axe. I want the axe in a big way. We got the belt again, which is an amazing belt, especially for this level. And we, as a warrior, we can actually equip it. But it is, it's not what we wanted. Yeah, 12 AC, 12 strength and stamina at this level is very good. Unfortunately, yeah, right now it would have to go into the any slot, and it is strictly worse than the 2 chest armors in the body slot. Yeah, somehow, yeah, we keep getting the rare drop from Grazak instead of the common drop. I mean, presumably it is still his rare drop on here on Legends, and it hasn't like traded places with the axe as which is honestly entirely possible. But something I want to do here. After we pop some of these other potential PHs, I want to test a couple of spells out. Okay. So at rank 4, Smite is doing 110 instead of 88. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, it's at 4. So what's the calc on that? 110 divided by 88 is 1.25. So at 4, it's getting 25% bonus damage. Well, what exactly do we have from the anti-slot? Yeah, everything. Yep, everything. The now, couple of factors with the any slot, or slots plural, because they both work the same way. You cannot attack with a weapon in the any slot. You can put a weapon in your any slot. It becomes a stat stick. So if you want to put like a mithril two-hander in your any slot in order to get the haste, but you have, let's say, weapons with better ratios, you can do that. That's totally a thing you can do. Oh, this is brand new. Let's go up to 4, though. The exception to that rule is the backstab damage mod on a one-handed piercing weapon is applicable from the any slot. So you can have a backstab weapon in your any slot and you can backstab with it, but you cannot auto attack with it. Additionally, if you put a shield in your any slot, it does not get the special soft cap bonus that a shield gets in the secondary slot. To get the soft cap bonus, you have to equip your shield the normal way. But you still, you still get AC from the shield. It's just generic AC rather than special shield AC. So like I had my Shield of the Stalwart Seas in the any slot back on closed beta because it is the highest AC item in the game. It beats out the Indicolite breastplate by like 2 points. Other handy thing with a shield in your any slot is also you could have 2 shields, because you have 2 any slots. And shields in your any slot are a great vehicle for bard mods. Because bard instrument mods are all primary, secondary. But they don't have to go into weapons. You can put them in any primary, secondary piece. So put 2 shields in your any slots and put your bard mods in there. Yeah, very valid tactic. Because actually, ultimately, if you wanted all 4 bard instrument mods simultaneously, you would actually have to basically do that. You would need to do that, plus also be dual wielding, and have both of your weapon focus slots taken up with instrument mods, which is fine because there are not, except for like pure casters that might have like a staff mod or something. There are very few focus effects that go in the primary secondary slot other than bard instrument mods. Okay, other things, by the way, on the Natch Potes for today. So ideally, there's a really strong mod or more optimal backstab item from any. It's probably best to go in max stats. Yep, your any slots are just more all-purpose stat sticks. If you are a rogue, that is probably where you're putting your backstab stat, because unless rogue is your only melee class, you probably have access to better ratio weaponry. to put in your actual weapon slots. So the price of being a rogue is that you're probably giving up your any slot to put an Ifriti War Spear in there. Oh, got a little bot there. Well, let's go ahead and ban the bot. Boop. I've not seen a lot of bots lately. It's been weird. Anyway, yeah, more stuff from the... let's go ahead and just create an instance real quick here. We'll do a non-respawning solo +4. Go ahead and create that. Good news now, if you don't make it into an instance, it won't charge you a point. So you can try again. But we made it in. Locked doors in Najina will now check your bags for keys. Drelsna will no longer chain cast Harm Touch, or will no longer randomly proc Harm Touch. Zombies in Mystic Thicket should look more zombie-like. Trade skill vendors in New Cebalus Expedition are now on the proper faction. Wow. Someone was mentioning problems with their pet in, I think, Plane of Sky last night. Yeah, Plane of Sky actually, I did not know this. Plane of Sky used to actually have special pet rules just for Plane of Sky that did not apply in the rest of the game. Oh, there's an Orc Priest. Dang. So, no Grazak in this zone. So yeah, pets work normally in Plane of Sky. They are no longer nerfed in Sky specifically. Doing quests for debashers in Grob will now also increase your standing with Grob merchants. Okay. Buff effects on players and pets with upgraded levels now persist across camping and zoning. Okay, cool. And let's see here. Remove the low-level item haste cap. Okay, apparently that was actually a bug. Let's see. Wind runes from Sky can now go into your currency storage. Golden Crescent Key in Najina is no longer temporary. Improved taunt success rate, most notably while fighting raid mobs. Bash and Cleave are no longer on shared timers. Woohoo. Blood Draw Venom should now correctly do more damage than Blood Siphon Venom. Yeah, the higher tier life tap poison for rogues was actually bugged and not doing enough damage. Paralytic Poison now correctly triggers weakening instead of hobbling. The following spells can now only be cast on group members, your pet, or yourself. Scale of Wolf, Bone of Garou, Spirit of Puma, Impassivity, Stoicism, Nonchalance, Snails, Tortoises, and Slugs Healing. Stoicism and Slugs Healing have both had their heal tick increased from 160 to 200. Final heal of Bloom spells now affected by AAs. Druid Bloom heals have a more appropriate visual effect. Blooming Heal description now accurately reports that it's Bloom heals for 300, not 200. Rain spells will no longer hit NPCs not on the aggro list. Beast Lord Warders will now have mana, allowing them to actually cast their spells. That's nice. Significantly increase the capabilities of Beast Lord Warders. There you go. All right, Beast Lords rejoice. Your pet actually works now. Especially at low levels. So, glory be, yeah, the Natch Potes provide. Let's see here. Stances and invocations. Regen mods from stances and invocations now always apply, even if they are not active, while out of combat, as long as you have access to the stance/invocation. So, when you are not in combat, basically, unyielding and inversion just automatically apply. You do not have to stand and balanced. Those just apply automatically. You do not have to stance dance to maximize your regen between fights. They just apply automatically. UI. Displayed pet stats on the inventory window pet tab. Cool. Summon pets will show their HP, mana, AC, regens, and other stats on the inventory tab. Pets will now benefit from the following equipped item bonuses: attack, HP, regen, mana regen. Cool. Pets now better show the impact of buffs to HP, mana, improved HP management when adding, removing items from pets. Okay. Improved the colors of login server text. We already saw that. Some other nonsense. Let's see. Opacity and spell filtering now work for spell particles. Added a toggle to filter beneficial bard songs to make symphonic auras less bulky. Fixed client display of alternative ability caps. Message for shielding now goes to skills filter. Stance invocation ability hot buttons. And buttons in action window now use matching icons from stance bar. Okay. Actions window stances invocations highlight boxes will no longer be rendered when not on abilities tab. Gate ritual now shows your bind location rather than your origin point. Yeah, that's good. Let's see. Spell display window now shows resistance debuff benefits for detrimental spells. So we see like Smite 4, because it's tier 4, has a minus 60 magic resist check. Very nice. Like C6 has minus 90. So there we go, because it's 15 points per tier. Okay, all right. So one thing we need to check. We're going to actually use a summon weapon spell. For the first, last, and possibly only time. Meanwhile, we will just drop this instance. And we'll go to 2. Also, we're going to be hopefully grinding up to like 40 or 41 tonight. It's kind of my goal. So let's cast Hammer of Striking. And so Hammer of Striking is not a good weapon. 6 damage, 29 delay, plus 4 Bane damage to Undead. Primary hand only, Cleric Paladin. Paladins get this at like, what is it, 30, 23? Clerics get it at, I want to say, 14. Now, with modern weaponry being what it is, considering the kinds of weapons you can get in Befallen at like level 10, this is not a good weapon. But what I'm curious is, a 0.21 ratio weapon. This is like a rusty weapon at best. But what happens if we bump this up? We have 27 major motes. Let's go ahead and use 2 of them to go to tier 5. So, Hammer of Striking plus 5. Yeah, unfortunately, the Bane damage does not scale. So, it's complete garbage. the Hammer of Wrath at level 7 for clerics, I think almost has a use case for like 1 to 3 levels. Because it's actually a pretty respectable weapon for the level you get it at. I mean, at level 7, not at level like 14 when paladins get it. Yeah, if the Bane damage scaled, this would almost be like a usable weapon for just undead smashing. But it doesn't, so it's trash. Oh, hey, Brother Zephyl. Haven't seen him in a hot minute. We're going to just check these pHs over here. Should have gone the other direction. Because the orc usually is down here somewhere. And then after this, we're going to go to Guck and start grinding. See, oh, well, there's the orc priest. Well, we're gonna at least kill that orc priest. And so, other than proc buffs, buff potency is not enabled yet, so we don't have bigger, better HP and statistic buffs yet. But, you know, that's still coming soon trademark. So please look forward to it. Trademark. But we will get to try out pumped up Instrument of Knife. We need to move it to an even numbered boost. So we'll take it to +6. One thing, into cool, the Druid form of the Great Bear. It's a 5-hour illusion buff, so you can click off the wolf barking and still get the effect. But yeah, crazy good Dispel buffer since it's a 5-hour base buff. Oh yeah. Yeah, with I guess really like any permanent illusion should be able to accomplish the same thing as well. Because that sets the duration to like 26 hours or something. Oh, or sets it to like 24 hours, and then that 24-hour duration gets scaled by spellcasting reinforcement up to 36 hours. So you basically become undispellable. Oh yeah, and innate sneakiness explains what rogues are able to do with hide and sneak that nobody else can do. So, all right. So Hammer of Striking is a bust. Yeah, Greater Healing. We'll see how much that actually heals for. And then we will also we will see how well Instrument of Knife upgrades. Storage, currencies. All right, so if we put 4 of these in here, that upgrades it to tier 6. We would need what, like 8 of these, I think, to go to tier 7. Oh, that actually gets us most of the way there. Actually, let's go all the way to tier 4 on this. So what do we need, like 4 more? All right, we will go to tier 8 on Instrument of Knife, which will give us actual, let's see now, will this actually, does not show knife 4 on the tooltip, but we'll see how well the damage on this scales. Presumably, it's going to be comparable to how just damage scales at rank 4. So we're going to see like probably about a 25% damage increase. So we should see it proccing for I'm going to guess here that it's going to be hitting for about 260, 270, something like that. Because I want to say it normally hits for like, give or take for level scaling, it hits for about 210 to 217. And I think it should do plus 25%. So give it about 50 more damage on top of that. So we should be looking, yeah, 260 to 275, something like that. So also, as you saw, getting a spell to tier 8, not hard. I mean, now, that was an investment. That was a decent chunk of motes we just spent. But that was stuff that we picked up from pretty, casual grinding thus far. Nothing out of the ordinary. Also, there was an unintended, natch pote that went out that was actually for next week. It was talking about unrest doors needing keys. So we may see the some updates to unrest next week. If they're putting keys on the doors, I assume that is a sign there that the zone is getting its revamp. They would not add extra barriers to entry for a zone that is, in its current form, obsolete. Yeah, a revamped Unrest would be a lot of fun. I mean, Unrest is a good zone. I like Unrest. It's annoying to get to, especially if you're not a Fadewar native. And even if you are, you still have to run through Dagnors, which, if you don't have Levitate or Invis, is a pain. And if you don't have Levitate and don't have Safe Fall, then on Vanilla, you can kill yourself pretty easily just running off of cliffs and taking unusual amounts of fall damage. Just try D4 Runny Eye. Yup. Yup. Yeah, there's D4 Runny Eye. You are fighting the whole zone as soon as you pull one mob. Just accept that fact. That being said, if you've got point-blank AoEs or rain spells or anything like that, where you can hit a lot of mobs at once, you can clean up. Or if you're an enchanter with AoE Mez, you can clean up in there. So, you got that going for you at least. All right, nobody is in Guck +2, so let's go check that out. What's our, let's see. We are currently indifferent to frogs. So we can, if we see any useful named in here, we can pop them on the way. Like a runed bone fork would be amazing. Ghoulbane would be super amazing, of course. So, Ton Warrior. Gaz Warrior. Ton Warrior. Gaz Shaman. Rip. Well, no Gaz Squire today. Gaz. Oh well. Also, gotta say, even for horse havers, you know, J-Boot's super useful for getting around indoor zones where you're not allowed to horse up. Alright, now, can we win the lottery on the Shin Lord? Probably not, but stranger things have happened. Hello there. Alright. Toot me up, bros. He spawned as a Paladin Shadow Knight today. So, you know, he's feeling it. He's here to rep 2 epic quests simultaneously. Just want your Defender Blade. Damn. Silver-plated bracer. Yeah. Damn. Rip. Orog can't handle Avatar of Fear yet. What level is Orog? And what difficulty are you trying it on? Oh yeah, those stuns are a little mean. Yeah. Yeah, they're no joke. And it's a magic stun, so it's just an unresistible magic stun. Oh, that dropped us all the way down to apprehensive, really? Albeit, we were just barely indifferent in the first place. That makes sense. Yeah, sometimes he just gets very lucky with those stuns and just kind of shuts you down. Ponderosa Steakhouse. Just need a little bit better gear. Yeah, yeah, and what level are you currently? Yeah, solo respawning. +2. Create. Yes, please. 28. Probably get to level 30, which you could actually do right there in CT. It's very level appropriate at that point. And at 30, you can probably do it. Like, just getting access to greater healing is a huge boost in power. Currently camping throne room. Ah, very good. Actually, these ghoul knights in here are light blue. We do not need to bother with them. Ooh, let's see here. Is there a Minotaur Elder? Nope. Greater. Bunch of graders. No, yeah, we'll just go ahead and... Yeah, we'll just skip the small fry. Oh, you have greater healing as a cleric. You just need the... Okay. Even just a couple, even just a level or two for, what you calls it, just skill caps will be a pretty huge upgrade. Now, items with, HP regen. If you had 2 of those, 1 in any slot, does it regen for 22? Well, I was gonna say, the Rubicite BP is lore equipped, so you would not be able to stack 2 of these. The other worn regen item is the Berserker Sky chest item called, like, Blood Runes or something. And the 2 of them do stack, because it's just a numerical stat modifier. Worn HP regen caps at 30, by the way. This was something we learned when Viscar was doing his melee only, or a pure melee D4 god kills. Oh, there's the ghoul assassin over there. We should... we never really bother with ghoul assassin, do we? Where, Ghoul assassin would actually be nice to kill once. Just for, like, the mask. Though, man, we were getting kind of boned for named spawn yesterday. Also, yeah, hopefully, ooh, 1600 based. And this Yungul wizard, yeah, let's go ahead and kill him. 437 on greater healing. That's with a, that is with a focus effect. 421. let me go ahead and pull my improved healing focus out for a second. And actually cast greater healing. Alright, heals for 421. Alright. So 421 divided by 350 is a 20% boost at tier 6. So 20% at tier 6, not bad. Well, if you saw earlier, there was actually a problem with... oh, dang. There was a problem with over-channeled charms and lulls crashing zones. So, yeah, good thing that got nipped in the bud. 288 on condemnation of knife. Does it show... Alright, it only shows up as the tier 0 version. It does not show any enhanced tooltips or anything. But the effect is working, and... 288. Yeah, that was about what I was predicting. You know, give or take for some rounding issues. So... yeah, Smite's doing 110. Yeah, 288. Yeah, because if we pull up our handy dandy calculator again, so we can go 110 divided by 88. Yeah, is a 1.25. Yeah, tier 4 is exactly 25% damage. And so 288 divided by 1.25 gets us to 230, which is a pretty close to what I would expect vanilla knife to be doing. Oh, yeah, nice thing, by the way, about worn HP regen. It does get doubled by unyielding invocation. So warriors in particular are able to stack quite a bit of innate HP regen. So, and if the damage on the procs is working, I assume the procs are also getting the resist bonus. So, now, on those procs, you do have to enhance them twice as much to get the same benefit. And because it's an out-of-combat buff that you're casting, you're not really getting any kind of mana efficiency improvements that matter. Yeah, the spell is suddenly costing less, but it cost basically nothing, and you cast it out of combat anyway. So I would say, Also, the fact that you have to do it in even increments means so like if you're gonna it means if you're gonna upgrade Instrument of Knife, do it in even increments. Don't, because odd levels don't do anything. So like once you get it to 8, you're just done until you can take it to 10. And going from 8 to 10 is not going to have that huge of a difference. Up to tier 4 costs basically nothing. So I'd say, yeah, take it to tier 4 right off the bat. 6 is not so expensive, but I'll call 6 more of a low-key luxury purchase. Actually, I should say, no, 6 was cheap. 6 is cheap. Take it to 6 off the bat, because by the time you get it, you'll be doing like Befallen on +4, killing elves and stuff, getting tier 5s all over the place. 4 tier 5 motes gets it to +6. Yeah, 6 off the rip, totally worthwhile. 8, low-key luxury purchase. You're well past the point of diminishing returns at that point. So yeah, low-key luxury. 10, actual luxury purchase. Valor of Mar stays at 25 through 4. Oh yeah. Other than proc buffs, proc buffs were specifically added in. Other than that, though, buff potency was not implemented today. So I would not have expected Valor of Mar to increase today. When buff potency gets implemented, which, I don't know, seems like a very plausible thing to look forward to for next week, hopefully, then we'll look at Valor of Mar and see if it gets a potency upgrade. I would venture a guess. Haste buffs are going to be something like 1% per 2 ranks. That seems kind of plausible. Though, that being said, getting it up to like rank 8 to get it to 29% makes it much easier to actually get haste capped via that and a Plane of Sky haste belt. Because that means you only have to take your Plane of Sky haste belt to +5, which is free. You were going to do that anyway. Though if haste buffs were 1% every 3 ranks, that wouldn't surprise me. I'll say pets getting 1-to-1 upgrades, that's gigantic. Because that means most pets get to level 49. And don't even have to be plus 10 to do it. And yeah, Beast Lord Pet's actually working right out of the gate. That's amazing. Or by amazing, I should say, you know, I mean, it should have just done that anyway, but, you know, the point stands. I'm guessing Beast Lord Pets, for some reason, just had 0 skill points in whatever the NPC attack skill is. Also, I didn't see dispels being mentioned in spell updates. So, I'm assuming those did not have their like dispel power improved. Yeah, if we can get to 40 tonight, then we're gonna be able to shoot for like 46 tomorrow, or today's what, Tuesday? Yeah, we would be shooting for like 46 on probably Thursday at that point. Wherein we would start blowing up raid bosses. Or possibly going down to the hole to get an Idol of the Underking, which would be a massive upgrade. Fear resistance, yes. 6 points for rank 3. Oof. And then, yeah, rank 4 costs 9. Yeah, that is a fairly expensive AA, but also critically important. Oh, you just hit 45 minutes ago? Minion based. Grats. By the way, you know, if anybody is going to be hitting 46 in the next day or two, yeah, would love to take a bunch of freshly minted 46s over out to go slay some dragons and some gods. Where is the actual the Ghoul Assassin? Gorguk. Yeah, 620. In the same room as a ghoul supplier. 28-minute respawn placeholder is a 1 ghoul night. Oh, okay. At 620, 750. Okay, I guess that is just right there, huh? They're not in their own, like, yeah, 620, 754. Oh, are they actually up here on the ladder or something? Yeah, okay, they're in this room right here. All right, this. Okay, that guy is the PH. Okay. Yeah, I never really bother with this room because it's in kind of a goofy spot. But okay, yeah, this is okay. One Ghoul Knight and oh. All right, that works too. One's hitting me from behind because I'm rooted. So I'm taking a beating. Far more than I would otherwise. Okay. As soon as we get spun around, though. Yeah, now we're good. Uh, Also gonna say, by the way, given the damage percentages involved, upgrading Divine Might firmly in the realm of luxury purchase. You know, like, yeah, rank 6 doesn't really cost anything. Rank 6 is going to take the proc from, like, 65 damage up to, like, 80 damage. So, unfortunately, Divine Might is just a very underpowered spell. You know, it was great for its era because it was the only spell of its kind at the time, but it's just totally underpowered for the power level of this game. Which, I mean, that's something I've talked about before. So that's not really, you know, earth-shattering news at this point. Also, still no Unbound feature for Paladins. Or for Shadow Knights, for that matter. Please stop spamming Tishan's Clash. Hey, DFO. Did Pal Shaman Ranger the other day. Kind of fun with the poisons. Yeah, Pal Shaman Berserker. Yeah. Though, you know, I was, my something I saw somebody point out in, I think it was Beta Discord earlier today, as people were talking about those types of things. And, like, the downside to Berserker is, and I'm still very pro Berserker, by the way, because it absolutely shreds. The one downside to Berserker is the moment you have to change stance for any reason, like you need to go defensive to soak damage, but the moment you have to do that, you basically become a two-class character. Because everything Berserker brings to the table, for the most part, is tied up in the stance. Like, Rogue, backstab, as long as you have a poker equipped, you can backstab. You know, so the opportunity cost there is in the form of the piece of equipment. You know, you do need to have a poker equipped, which might mean giving up your any slot, or giving up an any slot. Which, considering, I mean, that any slot will ultimately be in a Ifriti War Spear, which has no stats on it. You know, you're basically giving up a planar BP's worth of stats in order to be able to backstab at full force. That being said, backstab is a lot of damage. And Rogue does also get you access to evasive stance, which Berserker does not give you. You know, Berserker gives you access to Mage Hunter, but the Knights already have that. On the other hand, the major synergy between Smite Reeve and Berserker stance, you know, cannot be overstated. Though, admittedly, that is true with any damage button. You know, Berserker Rogue backstabs like a machine. Yeah, evasive is super good. And there's a, you know, and it does trivialize proc-based mobs like the Eye of Vishan. You know, if you have evasive stance, you can pretty much kill Eye of Vishan while AFK. That's how trivial the fight becomes. Also, we're going to look here to see if our evasion or if our regen doubling is a thing while the combat countdown is on, or if we have to get truly out of combat. Any point to leveling disarm? Disarm is awesome, actually. Because, especially for disarming raid bosses, because, like, Nagafen and Kazik in particular will use the weaponry that they drop. And, you know, so they'll use things like Staff of the Earthcrafter or Scourge, things like that. 40. Looks like we have to actually be truly out of combat, not on the timer. for the stances to kick in. Or it just doesn't... Okay, it just does not display. Alright. Just doesn't display. 'Tinfoil Hat, good morning. Or, 1068 backstab, very nice. Also, yes, sometimes those, when those bosses are using those weapons, the weapon also has a way better ratio than their normal default attack, and actually cranks their damage up quite a bit. So yeah, disarming those bosses is very, very helpful when they spawn with a weapon. You know, like, you just don't want Nagafen proccing Earthquake on you. That's just not a recipe for success. Went super hard in Sky yesterday, brain is frazzled. Yeah, that, I know that feel, bruh. I know that feel. Did you at least get some good drops? Make some decent progress? Or at least get a good feel for figuring out the gimmicks of each island to be able to clear them efficiently enough? Oh yeah, I should really click my poisons, huh? Because rogue poison is good. Pal one-hander, Woo's Fist, Pal two-hander, Ranger Bow, Zerker Axe, and Staff. Damn! You got... Yeah, wow, you got tons of stuff. As in, you got all of those actual weapons done, or you got progress towards them. Nice. Also, yeah, which Paladin one-hander? Was it Aldrin or Thelvorn? Thelvorn, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, I mean, Thelvorn's not too bad to get, except for that golden hilt. The golden hilt sucks. Aldrin, though. Aldrin sucks. Because Aldrin requires the stupid drop off the stupid bees. So it is a massive pain. No Babs or Defender Blades yet. Weird. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I would honestly say for that zone, Gapco, spawn an instance as non-respawning. Go down, like, do a loop of the zone, kill whatever named her up. By then you will have probably burned the hour and gotten your charge back. Then just make a new instance. Because, Battlemaster or Warlord or whatever his name is, it drops Babs pretty generously. Yeah, too bad it all gets wiped in a few weeks. Yeah, in I think exactly 2 weeks, as a matter of fact. Yeah, you got exactly 2 weeks left on open beta. But you're gaining the, you know, the value of knowing how to do the zone, which, yeah, in Plane of Sky in particular, game knowledge of how to do that zone has a lot of value. That was part of the reason why I was grinding it so hard for those couple of days, because you know, as I was saying, you know, it's a very gimmicky zone, and just the unusual behavior of the mobs in that zone, especially due to Z-axis movement. Yeah, just knowing how to do that zone solves a big chunk of the difficulty. Patch changed boss slow resistance. So those worked pretty well. Can't land a slow to save your life, and that's ooh. Ding 36. Welcome to level 36. Okay. We got anti-magic poison. I'm guessing that's let's see. Yeah, which is interrupt and dispel. That's the utility poison. And we're gonna stick with it's a useful combo. But yeah, we're gonna stick with melee slow. I feel like slow was harder today too. Yeah, I think if... Yeah, because slow resistance is just magic res. I don't know, that's probably just luck. Unless something got broken. It's like the only stance that got changed was Empower. That got brought down a little bit because you know, spell damage buffs are in now. And Empower in its previous state was basically trying to make up for the fact that that was not a thing. Bees and essence carriers infest your dreams, yeah. Level 30, level 37 yet? Sadly, it will take me more than 4 seconds to gain a level. Oh, hey, Fury dropped a mode of infinite potential. That's cool. He was in our group yesterday. And so now you're going to do your 10 to 25-ish Befallen strat. Yep. Yep. Because doing that on +4, and especially go down into the Dark Elf room as soon as realistically possible. And it will be raining motes down there. Especially off of Soldier and Baron. Yeah, nice bonus with doing that +4 Befallen strat. Yeah, you'll get, piles and piles of +5 motes to apply to all of your various spells. And like as a cleric, I would probably want like 30 +5 motes in the bank just for promised renewal. Oh, really? One of them pathed around behind me. And of course, we are insta-rooted, so... And okay. Fear. Yeah, we need 9 points. Oh, really? The Basilisk hit me with Stone Breath on contact. That's fine. Hey, Jam Man. I'm doing pretty good. All right, GBF summer banners. Yeah, go ahead. Dang, that one. Bloodthirsty Ghoul is 39. Okay, we can. Okay. And Toadfall. Good evening to you as well. Do all previous summer units enter the pullable pool for each summer banner? So as a rule, um, yeah, once a character has been introduced for the season, they will stay in the gacha pool, but will not necessarily be on rate up. They'll just exist in the pool. um, um, when yeah, and also older characters will not necessarily be sparkable. You will need to check the spark pool on any specific banner. You do not take for granted old characters being sparkable. Instance fix appears to be working. At the very least, you will not be assessed an instance charge if your instance does not load correctly. So, if you do run into a problem, it shouldn't cost you anything except a momentary inconvenience. So far, though, I don't see people complaining about instances not loading. Yeah, also, Jam Man, if you are so inclined to throw down some coin, we will probably have a decent number of scam gotchas that are pretty high value around this time of year. Since they will be like summer character specific scams where you will get a seasonal character in the guaranteed SSR slot. They have really upped the value on scam gotchas over the last like year or two. So, yeah, if you want to take advantage of those, those are usually worth the $20. Yeah, for 3,000 MOBA coins, at current exchange rates going through Google Play, that usually amounts to like $20 to $22. The exchange rate is quite favorable. Yeah, I know, on Steam. Would not be a bad idea. I don't know, if you're able to just log in on browser, just for the sake of it, just to do microtransactions and save a buck. Wouldn't be silly if you're able to do that. Although, Oh, you unlocked Viking. Very good. Um, I mean, the answer is, unlock Viking, level it up, and then go unlock Fighter Origin and play that instead. That's actually that's the real answer. Uh, Fighter Origin is so good. Um, hey, take a couple of steps forward, bud. I know you're a wizard. Yep, talking about Grand Blue Fantasy, which, by the way, for those who don't necessarily want to play gotcha, the ARPG, kind of the Dragon's Crown or Dragon's Dogma esque ARPG, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, just dropped its expansion. It is available on Steam, in English, by the way. It is you can have English text and or English voices at your prerogative, or English text with Japanese voices, whatever you like. Or any of several 8 other text languages, I think. And yeah, it is actually just a really good ARPG if you're into Dragon's Dogma-esque gameplay. So some of the later boss fights on that are honestly just awesome. I had so much fun playing through Relink. Also, as expected of the franchise, the music is just god tier. Also, there is a fight in that game that is a giant homage to Shadow of the Colossus. And holy cow, that fight is so fun. I was unironically just grinning ear to ear the whole time through that fight. It was just so fun. That's Excavalion. The giant, like, Colossus-sized golem in the desert. Is that the tower? Yeah, that one. The boss that's the giant, like, 200-foot tall, like, walking temple. Your Dragon's Dogma 2 expansion coming out. Okay. I mean, I have not played Dragon's Dogma 2 because, like, buddy of mine who is a massive, massive Dragon's Dogma diehard, even he thought Dragon's Dogma 2 was just painfully mid. Any tips for R2B Huanglong Proud? I mean, I just take my light team and I kill it in one turn. Um, yeah, take your best light or dark team, focus fire the horse that you're strong against, and then kill the other horse. There's literally a Paladin class, and I'm not playing Frisia. Yeah, because like I find the Paladin class just in Frisia just kind of disappointing, honestly, because it doesn't really have any unique mechanics. Like, so many of the other Frisia classes do unique things, but Paladin doesn't. Um, it's Templar's greatest hits. You know, compared to, like, the Harbinger Witch, which does so much cool stuff. Or Antiquarian, which is, super cool. Or Architect of Chaos is just crazy good. You know, all these classes that do unique things. Like, Paladin's most interesting thing that it does is let you feed potions to somebody with link skills and just be an aura bot. Let's see. All right, what are you sending me here? What am I looking at? Other than just a zone map. Little corner of a zone looks like Act 10. Oh, but it's shaped like a Ponos. Yeah, Herald Witch. Also, I'm big mad that this RATB drops Light Dark Wind. Last was Light Fire Water. Wanted to work on Dirt Cardinal Beast. I mean, at least the Upay does just power up over time, naturally. Oh. Of course, the extra bloodthirsty ghouls spawned just as I was pulling. Spotted a GM in the wild. Was Moth running around? Orvin. Oh, okay. You missed a Grubble login for the first time ever. Forgot to hit home screen during AX. It's so over. The streak is broken. Account bricked. Time to just re-roll a new account. I mean, I'd ask how AX was, but I assume you spent as little time actually at AX as possible. Yeah. How were the concerts and such, though? You know, the stuff you were actually there for? You know, at this point, you know, you might as well just, like, skip AX and go to Offkai instead. I assume Offkai is much less terrible than AX. And I'm not sure. Wait, is Offkai in the LA Convention Center, or is it down at Anaheim? The late burst attempts. Oh yeah, I mean, Flogan is eternal. Uh, I'm a little curious. I'm a little curious what people are gonna cook up with Europa. I think Off Guy's at Anaheim. Yeah, I thought it was at Anaheim. Although it might actually outgrow Anaheim. Or it's in San Jose. Oh, that's actually better. Yeah, San Jose is better because it's far enough away to not really be LA. And not LA is strictly better than actually LA. Like out in San Jose, you could just rent a car for the weekend and it would not be horrible to drive around. Let the LA hate flow. Yeah, everything bad you've ever heard about LA is true and then some. So, I would say like Anaheim would be better than San Jose, uh but yes, but San Jose still way better than downtown. Plus, at least in San Jose, you can go to the boardwalk and stuff, which is really cool. Is you're not actually wait, how far out to actually wait from there, how far is it to Santa Monica? It might actually be a hike. Directions from San Jose to Santa Monica. Santa Monica Pier. How far? Oh wow, oh never mind. Oh, that's right, because Santa Monica Pier is actually because Santa Monica Pier is actually down by LA proper. Uh, Boardwalk. What is that? Not like Santa Cruz or something? Like Route 66. Santa Cruz. Yeah, okay. Santa from like where's Santa Cruz? Santa Cruz. Yeah, Boardwalk. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. From San Jose down to the Santa Cruz Boardwalk is like an hour drive. And it's not a bad drive, by the way. It's actually because it's mostly just through like the countryside of NorCal. Like it's not bad. You are, um, yeah, like San Jose actually not a bad area. Because you're far enough away from San Francisco that you're not in San Francisco. Um, but you could go up to San Francisco if you wanted to. Um, I mean, when we did that god awful convention in San Jose, that's what we did. The one day we just left and went to San Francisco. So, like, you could go up to San Francisco and just do. You could, like, go see Fisherman's Wharf, which is actually really cool. You know, if you want to go see the future site of Starfleet Command. 2025, it actually improved. 26 went back to what you knew. Yeah, yeah. You're at the city. You have nothing else. You have been watered down. Yeah, man. So, yeah, actually, yeah, going to Offkai would be an excuse to go do tourist stuff in the very few parts of California that don't completely suck. The only thing I will say though, the one bad part about Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco, one, you got to actually go into San Francisco to get there, which is a pain. Um, and two, public bathrooms in San Francisco do not exist. Um, because if you have a public bathroom in San Francisco, a junkie will overdose in it. Period. Full stop. Well, I mean, well, at least like the LA portion, like San Diego can't be allowed to break off into the ocean because that's where all the EverQuest data centers are. Um, Although the Legends data centers are in Vegas, so And yeah, actually, you know, despite the lack of bathrooms, Fisherman's Wharf is actually a really nice area. You know, it's a cool place to walk around for an afternoon. Um, and again, yeah, you can also go visit Alcatraz while you're there. You know, do all that stuff. Also, San Francisco's Chinatown is fantastic. So you know, it's got that going for it. All the repops. Can I? Oh, can I just stay unstunned long enough to hit this thing? Thank you. Oh. Oh, that was the problem. I have not seen any of the John Wick movies, actually. The only thing I actually know about John Wick is that apparently he needs your help. And, you know, he needs the numbers off of your credit card, including the expiration and the 3 magic digits on the back. Is that Sentinel by any chance? No. Any chance of a frenzy? Hey, we got a frenzied ghoul based. Alright, odds of FBSS? Ooh, he's coming in hasted. Fantastic. Alright, let's also see if Overchannel crashes the zone when used with Calm. It might. Okay, good. I think. Alright, that got hot fixed. It appears to have been fixed. Like, for real. That's good. Would have been unfortunate to crash the zone right there. Yes, would have been very unfortunate. Come on, let me target the actual frog, not the pet. There we go. Okay. So we got to soothe them. All right. Go back to inversion, and then we can pull frenzy. For bomb, and we are gonna pull him with a pillage enchantment because we don't want him coming in hasted. That's just not a recipe for success. 397 Pierce right there, very nice. FBSS, first try, outlook not good. Oh, hey, Condemnation is actually landing on Frenzy. That's good. And as soon as he's slowed, he's just not all that frenzied anymore. Although even if, I mean, Ring is actually, the Ring is good too, because we can harvest the focus effect off of it. Actually very useful. Because it is the only extended range focus that people other than incasters can... Oh, I had it set to auto sell. Dang it. Ugh. This, by the way, pro tip, delete your loot filter before you reroll. Stone ring. Flowing. Okay. Flowing. Okay. I am mildly agitated now because of that. Yes. Much like the mildly agitated ghoul, I am myself mildly agitated. Yeah, I guess extended range 2 would have been very useful. I mean, it's the common drop off the mob. We'll get another one. Let me actually go hit the oh wait, why am I using hide sneak? I can just IVU down here. And it's much faster. Yeah, I can... Come on. Yeah, it's faster to just IVU through here. Because everything's undead. Yeah, I want to go hit the Cavaliers PH. Because just in case the Burning Soul quest gets implemented, I would really like to be able to do it. And we need a Dark Reaver for one of the steps. That's the... because we got to turn in a Dark Reaver to Lord Grimrot. Currently, some upgraded spells are getting a positive rather than negative resistance mod. Alright, well, the stat should be showing up on the tooltip either way. So, should be. So if you're not seeing a, you know, like the spells you're having trouble landing, yeah, you should see if they're having... see if something weird is going on with that line on the tooltip. Oh, come on. Also, we're going to ding 37 off this mob. So yeah, we're cruising. And there we go, 37. 37? I think we get Expulse Undead at that level. No, we get Divine Purpose. Oh, boy. Although we do have Wrath, instead of Smite. So we got that going for us. Yeah, we do have Divine Vigor as well. And Daring. Over-channel Calm Crash is fixed. As far as I can tell. You know, they did a hot fix for it. Appears to have gotten fixed. I was able to over-channel some calms. Did not crash the zone. So, looks to be okay. Yeah, might have put a, yeah. Yeah, something like that is totally plausible. We'll get, yeah, let's go ahead and prep Wrath. Any what were the other spells we got access to in the last couple of levels? Next level we get Yelp 2. Oh boy. You get Endure Disease and yeah, oh boy. Divine Purpose, the best spell in the game. So oh, Ghoul Executioner's up at least. I mean, there's that at least. That's cool. Oh, and oh, he popped out from the rest of the group. How How polite of him. Okay, yeah. Crashed your instance and lost it earlier. Oh, rip. Hey, we got another copy of the axe. Hey, you know what we can do here? Where are our 2 axes? There's one of them. Oh, I think it's on loadouts. Or storage. Yeah, pull out our other executioner's axe. Currencies. Lesser. We would put these into a... We could combine them into a 3. Actually, yeah, you know what? We'll just do that. Put one into the other. They go to +3. Put this mode of potential. Merge. Yes. And, merge them up like so. You can pull out the, pull that out, and then, yeah, the weapon itself, even at 0.7, sadly, just not very good. So we can just destroy it. Cool. It has served its purpose. Wrath, however, let's see, currencies, yeah, we're motes of lesser potential. Yeah, you know, we'll go ahead and pull like 4 of those out. And that raises it up to tier 4, which honestly is good enough. We'll crank the damage, you know, by like 20%. Drops the mana cost to something a little more manageable. Gives it a functional resist check, so yeah, that's good enough. Good enough. Once again, no sentinel. And yeah, lots of changes, plenty of bugs. Yep. Hey, Jarek. And would you be interested in some level 50 help later? Take one of my kids to the doctor soon, but after, honestly, I think we're leveling at a pretty good pace for now. So I think we got things under control for the moment. Plus, yeah, generally speaking, grouping for XP is just counterproductive. Upgraded superior heal? Yeah, I mean, though, yeah, tier 6 gives you 20, what was it, like 20% increased healing? So, like 3.5% per tier. Though with duration and stuff, applying to heals over time. Celestial Cleansing might become usable. Note that I did not say good. I said usable, and there's a big difference. Oh yeah, for raids later in the week, absolutely. Yep, that is entirely my goal, actually. I want to hit 46 ASAP so we can start doing big bosses. Yeah, you're hitting for like 800 with AAs and stuff. Nice. Yeah, that's actually like actually respectable. It's only 847. If we can get to like, if we could get to 42 tonight, then we might be able to hit 46 tomorrow, maybe? I know the back half of the 40s do slow down a little bit as stuff starts turning light blue. Yeah, just napkin mathing. Yep. Yeah, because let's see, tooltip. It's 40. When's superior healing? Did I not? Did I not scribe it? Oh, apparently I did not scribe superior healing. Okay. Yeah, 5 to 600 tops. So, 1.2 would get that up to like 700. Rank it up to 8. You get about 720. Add a focus to add like a 20% focus. Yeah, should get into the low 8s. Yeah, 850, something like that. Yeah, sounds about right. Maybe a little higher if you go luxury mode. Oh, so slow without your horse. Yeah. Yeah, not having a horse to run around on feels bad. Kind of like once you get used to having levitation all the time, you can never go back to not having it. Tried out combat recovery. Chunks mana up. Oh yeah, it's oh yeah, with recovery, and also unyielding if you have that. Yeah. Not to mention balanced stance, popping your regen back up. Oh yeah, and as an enchanter, with all that extra, with the innate regen and clarity on top, yeehaw. It's like downtime. What's that? Yeah, man, enchanter is so good. You know, people were kind of ragging on Chanter early on because there there wasn't enough, or because they weren't dealing with content that required crowd control. Then they get into stuff that actually requires crowd control, and suddenly they're like, my god, Chanter is amazing. Downtime. I remember it like it was yesterday. Yep. Yeah, the fact that because you don't have to, stance dance between fights, you don't have your stances going on cooldown to do that, so you can actually just enjoy all the benefits. Mr. Wan Ghoul Knight, I really do need your boss, uh, the Ghoul Cavalier, uh, if you would be so kind, friend. Do I have an appointment? With whom? Because I did actually have an appointment with the esthetician today. Which is why my hair is no longer so shaggy. There's actually a shockingly nice men's salon near me. Do I have an appointment with the Cavalier? Well, I would like to have an appointment with the Cavalier. I'd like to, you know, a Stone Free. Good evening. Oh. You got the game, based. Glad to have you on board. First trio to 11, very good. What you running so far? SK, and Druid for port. Yeah, Druid's in a good place right now, actually. Ever since the blooming heal. SK Rogue Druid, you meant. Yeah, sneaking, porting, tapping. Yeah, good stuff. Ooh, 1457 backstab. You love to see it. On Freeport currently in Befallen, based. Yep, doing the entryway plus the right rooms. Yep, you'll get that Ebon Scythe pretty quickly. Shouldn't take too many kills of Asaka to get one of those. So I want to go hit that. I want to go kill the hand real quick. Where is the hand? Why is it not up? Pal, Druid Inch wasn't bad at all leveling for rituals. I believe it. I mean, Enchanter just lets you get away with murder. So, yeah, that tracks. Like a bug, it doesn't spawn for at least an hour or so. Interesting. Huh. Okay, so we just need to let the zone run for a while, and it will eventually spawn. Alright, run 3 trios through Befallen. Nice. Got all the gear, leveled up. Yep. Yeah, you're ready to hit Guck. Excellent. Pacify is a hell of a drug. Those other two just don't care. They're just grooving and zoned out on like frog nip or something. Yeah, numb the dead. Yup, that. Oops, wrong button. Do we not have? Oh yeah, we have Expulse, which does less damage than Wrath by a lot. We don't get Dismiss until 46, and Dismiss is only slightly better. Yeah, the undead nuke line really needs to be improved in light of the strike line existing. Can I not? Can you not actually go down the pit there? You can. You're just... It's like stuck on a ceiling or something there. That's kind of weird. Cool Cav. Hello. Hello, Mr. Cavalier. May I have one of your lovely Dark Reavers, please? Well, see, we just had to ask politely for a an appointment, and yeah, we were able to get one. Now, I think the Dark Reaver is his rare drop. Oh. Who is Damien? Is that anybody here? Cool Cav just got deleted. Took a 1564 backstab to the face. Yeah, we got the adamantite epaulets, which we sold for 142 platinum. But we should take those off of auto sell. Those would have actually been pretty useful. Okay, yeah, I mentioned Daimon because he sent me a just random guild invite out of the blue. You resurrected your old character named Tuned, and yeah, Jarek is Jarek, so yeah. Yeah, and see anything else? Looking, see if there's anything over on. Other known issue, by the way. Over channel is not working correctly in many cases, causing resists to happen more frequently. Should be addressed in a hotfix this week. So, yeah, there are some problems with resists. You know, in addition to just crashing zones. And, okay. Basically, over channel is just not working at all right now, so don't even bother using it. Yep. Apparently, looks like over channel is working on things like dot ticks and whatnot, but not for initial casts. So yeah, just don't bother with over channel right now. But it is slated for a hotfix already, so do not despair. And might be some other broader spell landing issues, especially in raids. But yeah, so. But yeah, Alia's working on all the resist nonsense, so yeah, look forward to the hotfix, like actually soon, instead of soon trademark. And also, yeah, expect a hotfix or two, uh, or this week. There's another ping. Cool. 3 more, and we can finish up fear resistance. All right, we need another appointment with Mr. Ghoul Cavalier. Oh, I see one with a pet. That's probably him. Yep. Because the Ghoul Cavalier is a Shadow Knight by default. Everything else is usually a warrior. And since mobs on +2 usually are not multi-class, they can be. Small chance. And yeah, so if a mob has a pet, it's probably the Cavalier. Same is true of Ghoul Lord. Because he's a Shadow Knight, but his PH is a warrior. Ding, 38. 38! It's 38? Yelp 2. Okay. Well, it's something. Thank you, thank you. Yelp 2 is very close to being nothing, but it's not actually nothing. It's just barely technically something. Oh, he actually spawned in as a multi-class ranger. Okay. Yeah, these levels just absolutely fly in here. You're going to go ahead and pillage those buffs. This idiot thinks casting vanilla healing is going to help him. Alright, we got the epaulets again, but that is an upgrade. So... yeah, 2 less AC, but 9 wisdom is a nice little boost to mana. So we take those. A Trap of Logic. Yeah, actually everything is... XP is flowing nicely. We're going to easily hit our level goal for the night. So yeah, I'd say everything is... the world's treating us pretty well today. Plus, I got my car back from the body shop today, so that's nice. We'll see if I can actually go 2 weeks or more without hitting another deer. Be going for a personal best. The first time I ever hit a deer in my life was 3 days before Christmas, 2025. I have now hit 3. Two of which were in a span of 29 days. You're still going Palzert Cleric? Yep. Though, yep, with the side trip to get ports. And yeah, I think we'll also probably level. Well, as part of the side quest doing ports, I think we'll also level Enchanter up to about the same amount, just for the sake of doing like having an easy time doing like Najina and what you call it Runny Eye. And, ooh, Trap of Logic on a 30 stream streak. GG. Really filling out the battle pass and doing those dailies. Also, I'm going to say the games where they actually have login bonuses that are dependent on consecutive logins. Yeah, like have to log in like 7 or 15 or 30 consecutive days. I find those to be particularly insidious because they're designed to really, really crank up the FOMO in a pretty scummy way. And if a game is dependent on that level of chicanery to get people to log in and play, it is probably not a very good game. You know, login bonuses at all, sure, whatever. But yeah, well, like the really, really scummy stuff, where yeah, you have to log in 30 consecutive days or you're boned. Yeah, that's much less okay. SK Rogue even better than you thought. I mean, yeah, Rogue adds a lot of damage. You know, backstab is good. Plus, hide sneak adds a lot of convenience to getting around through dungeons. Or talking to unfriendly vendors. Things like that. Yeah, it's super useful. Half-elf rogue primary home in Freeport. Yeah, that works. Yeah, because half-elves get to live kind of wherever they want. Plus, rogues have their illusion masks. So, yeah, they can already sneak into most areas and avoid the evil tax. Or at least heavily mitigate it. Oh, we're going to ping another AA here pretty soon. Very nice. Ooh, 1521 backstab. You love to see it. So it feels like our kills are starting to speed up a little bit. Which makes sense. You know, skill levels go up, accuracy goes up. Oh, hey, smites up to 63 damage. Woo. Filters. Spells. Come on. Songs. And yeah, or songs that have been turned into auras are now a separate thing when it comes to chat filter. More placeholders. Of course, we're only ever gonna get. Oh no! Oh, we do actually have a frenzy here. Okay, cool. All right, so we will get our ring. Very nice. Or more accurately, we will harvest a focus effect off of the ring, which is what matters. You remember, currently, extended range 2 off of Frenzy is the only all-class version of extended range. The other version that exists is pure int casters only. And you really need extended range if you want to be able to pacify the bees in Plane of Sky. Because they're otherwise they will probably aggro before you're in spell range. And sure enough, yep, there's a Moonstone Ring. See, it would have been funny if, while talking like dropping the ring had already happened, if he ended up dropping an FBSS instead, but you know, no such luck. And then, yeah, with that done, we can just go ahead and destroy the ring. Oh, it has served its purpose. The other sources of extended range focus, besides Frenzy's Ring, are pure caster only. Because, let's see, focus effects. Yeah, extended range. Yeah, there's an extended range 3 on the Cryo Silk Sash. That's Incaster only. And yeah, and then there are a few sources of extended range 1, but that only tops out at level 20, so who cares? Yeah, the only other The only extended range 2 is Frenzy's Ring. But yeah, if you're a pure int caster, i.e., not Shadow Knight, got to be a pure caster. Yeah, you can grab a Cryo Silk Sash and get extended range 3 off of that. It looks like a PH this time because there's no pet. I'm not even going to bother lulling these. I'm just going to pull them all and let Riposte sort them out. Yeah, because the focus effect rundown is right here. What did I say before that, like... Oh, yeah, it was, like, Grimrot would be up around, like, 10 o'clock. Yeah, or PHs, at least, would be up around 10 o'clock. well, ping 58. Oh, we get the sentinel? Nope. Dang. I was hopeful there for a second. Oh, Ancient Croc has Enhancement Haste 2. Just the same focus as Geb's. Just on arms instead of feet. Yun Priest for oh yeah, Runed Mithril Bracelet from Kobold King is the only source of reagent conservation 3. Okay, so yeah, we will be having to go after him at some point. Well, on live, not on beta. Oh, jeez. 82% of the way into the level already. We are, And what time is it? Oh, it's not quite 10 o'clock. Okay, yeah, by the way, if anybody wants to go check on Lord Grimrot, he's probably in the process of popping. I think around this time. And, you know, the only version of him that I care about is the undead version. I do not need more live versions currently. Well, apparently we need to make an appointment with the Ghoul Sentinel as well. He is apparently a very busy gentleman. Hey, the Fatch. Alright. You're lurking. Well, thanks for hanging out, even if you're just lurking. Oh, there we go. Well, we asked for a we asked for an appointment again, and sure enough, the Cavalier respawned. So, hey, apparently it works. The same level in the same zone. Oh, very nice. Quite the coincidence indeed. Yeah, we're gonna hit 46 probably tomorrow and start doing raids. So we'll probably hit 46 like by the end of the day tomorrow, and then start doing raids on Thursday. You're starting to cook now? Excellent. Yeah, scheduling is just common courtesy. Yeah, he's you know, as a Cavalier, you know, he's got to tend to his horse. You know, so he's got a very busy day. Especially if his horse is at all finicky. You know, if his horse was sired by Gold Ship, then it's, you know, it's probably got some attitude problems. Oh yeah, like as soon as Chanter hits 16, it just wins the game. All right, Mr. Cavalier, if you don't mind, I would appreciate a Dark Reaver, please. I understand you're a busy gentleman, and, you know, as soon as I get a Dark Reaver from you, I will leave you alone. Okay, well, apparently he just likes me paying him a visit. Try and Warclare Chanter for second care. Should be quite strong, actually. You know, and, you know, Warrior especially really takes off at the high end when the stat difference on planar armor starts becoming apparent. And you suddenly have way more AC and HP than everybody else. Also, yeah, holy cow. Reagent-free rune from Chanter at spell level 10. Gonna be so good. Yeah, I actually knew about that little bit in advance because Alia was talking about it on the beta Discord. And man, I wanted to tell you guys about it. It was like, no, I gotta wait for the Natch Potes. A little strong. I mean, it's spell level 10 is not free, and even the biggest rune in the game is still basically the equivalent of like greater heal. Ding, 39. What was that change you're hinting at yesterday? Was it more sky specific? I don't remember. What was I talking about then? I don't remember what I was talking about yesterday. Oh, making a there was a. Oh no. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. That was actually something totally unrelated that is still in development. It did not make it into this patch. And not sky related either. Just a general feature request. Let's see. We'll as if Monk will hang on as long as you how much more powerful are the beast pets? Well, since they actually work correctly now, I assume, quite a bit. Plus the pets themselves are beast lords, and now suddenly they have mana, so they can actually be beast lords for real now. So, beast lords should be eating pretty good right now. So Magebane Poison. It hits Mana Drain, and I thought we already had that one. We got another Frenzy here. Hey, Mr. Frenzy, I appreciate the ring last time. It was very nice of you. I would appreciate a belt this time. And yeah, Monk holds up surprisingly well, actually. One guy did a Monk Druid Necro build and leveled to 50 without ever equipping a single piece of gear. And he was not quad kiting, he was face tanking. Oh, hey, look, I asked politely and I got my belt. What do you know? We'll actually just go ahead and put that on the pet tab, so our future theoretical pet has play girl +3, yes. We'll just put all that on there so our pet has some hypothetical gear. Should we do that super easy with Monk Druid Ench? So, alright, very good. We have some better haste now. And now we have fear immunity. Huzzah. Fear immunity. So yeah, 3, 4, 6, 9. So 3, 4 is 7, 6 is 13, 9 is 22. Yeah, 22 AAs for fear immunity. Worth. Absolutely worth. Oh yeah, other thing to consider with runes is once buff potency goes out, well, assuming that we get buff potency as phase 3 of spell upgrades, at that point, yeah, free rune starts to look pretty spicy. You know, it's not a spell, it's not something you would do all the way to level 10 on anything other than the top tier spell. But is definitely something that you would do. Also consider on launch, yeah, you'll actually be able to buy motes from other people, and you can, I think you'll probably see people like selling the amount of motes it takes to level a spell from 0 to 10. You'll probably see people selling in like stacks of that much, because that's just a useful quantity of like tier 5 motes. So it'd be what? So what would 4 get you to 6? 8 to 7, 16, 32. So what? 64 tier 5 motes? Yeah, that makes sense. Which, for as farmable as tier 5 motes are, I don't think a stack of 64 of them will necessarily cost all that much. Who would sell motes? What would you... Yeah, good. Yeah, like what would people use the plat for? Initially, actually, probably trade skilling. You know, getting all trade skills maxed in preparation of future use. Also, yeah, 100k plat for a horse is the thing. You know, the interesting thing is how people are actually going to evaluate platinum. Because on one hand, because I think like the value of platinum is largely set by horses and trade skill components. So looking at platinum as a medium of exchange, like on one hand, it is kind of relatively available because of things like auto sell and people like XPing and Plane of Hate and stuff. On the other hand, because a lot of people don't really see value in platinum, that decreases the value. So there's a lot of supply, but not necessarily a lot of demand. Though, you know, you may see some people just trying to hoard platinum now with the expectation that, like, platinum drops or will get nerfed or uses for platinum sinks will go up in the future. And people will just buy platinum for speculation purposes. Or with the expectation also that, because, like, remember, Live introduced some plat sinks later on in the game with things like raid armor sets requiring a certain amount of platinum investment, where like you'd get the raid drop and then you'd have to combine it with some vendor bought stuff to actually make the equipment. So that we had raid level plat sync. And something like that could absolutely become a thing. So just hoarding plat for speculation purposes, I think is a totally valid strategy. Yeah, Kunark spell drops, also a thing. Or, and, you know, I will, or even just having platinum as a medium of exchange for the future, for when future moat systems or higher, like tier 11 moats, if those are ever tradable or whatever else. Just having the exchange medium on hand just in case, because it is not a piece of fruit. It will not spoil. And, well, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Say, there's also a handful of tradable drops in the plains that would be worth buying duplicates of for the sake of boosting them up. And also, we do not need to specifically target Frenzy anymore. We've gotten both of his drops now. Also, I think this is the first time in my life I've ever owned an FBSS when it was level appropriate. We're Bard Gok, we're playing on +2 here. Killed Frenzy 30 or so times without finding him. Yeah, like, remember on closed beta, the first time we were coming through the zone, yeah, we leveled all the way to 50 in here and never even saw Frenzy. Not even one time. So I actually wonder if his spawn rate got stealth buffed. And yeah, I think, by the way, unless you're very overpowered for the content, I think +2 is generally the sweet spot for maximum XP gains. Because you're getting 40% more XP than you would on +0. But the enemies are not substantially stronger. Once you cross into +3, suddenly everything is multi-class, and the efficiency drops quite a bit. And at that point, again, unless you're really overpowered for the content, that you can just blast through that much HP, +3 and +4 is for drops, first and foremost, and XP second. But yeah, we are here for XP first and foremost. So +2 it is. Yeah, and then like +1 and +3 are kind of irrelevant. Because if you can do +1, you can do +2. And likewise, if you can do +3, you can do +4. +1, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, +1 is for when you want +0. You just don't want things to run away. Yeah, that's fair. Well, they at least in plane of sky, even on +0, they don't run away. Even on D0, that was a specific change in one of the recent updates. You know, part of making plane of sky more playable. Hey, there's the hand. Alright. So he does spawn, but yeah, for some reason, like, doesn't spawn on zone creation. And looks like there might be a few other named, like, I think Minotaur Elder might maybe follow the same rule. Maybe? Not sure. And yeah, D4 Sky is yeah, it's scary. Yay. Got our Burning Affliction 2 focus. Doesn't actually do anything for us, because we don't have any dots, but it's good to have just in the collection. You know, better to have it and not need it, right? Heteron. Is there a point to D4 Sky? Well, some people like getting punched in the nuts. Those are the same people who probably enjoy D4 Sky. Yeah, D4 Sky pretty much is just for fun. There's no, because everything that matters is just a quest drop. The difficulties don't matter. The rewards are all the same. Like, the only item that... And I should say, there's like 1 or 2 items in the zone that kind of matter, that kind of have stats, but you could just as easily moat them up to +4, because you're never going to get so many of them that you're like fusing them up to like 8 or 9 or 10 or something. So you're probably only ever getting them to like 4 or 5 in the first place. So, yeah, you can just moat them at that point. I mean, actually, I should say, the point of the reward that matters in D4 Sky moats. I would never want to do D4 Sky solo, but you go in there with 8 people, you can probably rack up crazy moats, because there are a lot of mobs to kill in Plane of Sky. They are also the highest level mobs in the game. So if you're going to get, 8s, 9s, and 10s anywhere, your best odds are probably there. So, yeah, moat farming is the one reason to do that. And it may or might, I don't know if it's necessarily more or less effective than just doing D4 Fear or D4 Hate. Hypothetically, the mobs are a little higher level. Hypothetically, that means the moats should be a little better. But, Also, with, let me go look at the exact, let me go check the exact wording on the Natch. Let's see, from spell upgrades. Yeah, okay, so the fact that the max level on crowd control spells, i.e. Mez and Charm, is increased by the spell tier. Well, that means you could potentially charm a level 61 mob, which is absurd. But also, rank 10 mesmerization can mez a level 65 mob, so I think the highest level trash mobs in Sky are 58 or 59. I think level 60 is reserved for bosses, I think. But either way, like, by tier 5 on mesmerization, you can mez every trash mob in Plane of Sky. And the spell will last 36 seconds per cast. And costs basically no mana. And already is hard to resist. Till you overchannel it, it becomes functionally unresistible. And every chanter worth their salt is going to have mesmerization at +10 anyway. So that right there is 150 resist adjust before they even overchannel it. So it's just not getting resisted. In the past, using pre-upgrade mesmerization, if I overchanneled it, it did not get resisted, basically ever. Stuff in Sky is resistant, but it's not. But other than a couple of bosses, they are not overcoming a 150 point resist check. Yeah, till you move it up to rank 10, it's like 48 seconds long. Costs like 30 mana. And, on a character that regens probably 60 or 80 mana per tick. Yeah, it's just complete god mode. I mean, rank 10 mesmerization is overkill. Rank 10 allure, I want to call it overkill, but honestly, it's exactly the correct amount of kill. And as we all know, all you need is kill. You want die? I give you die. Doing Hopter's room with no pacify. Oh, yeah, because we have to pull all three of them. I don't think we're doing Ghoul Lord until we have the next tier of pacify. Because our current pacify only goes to level 40. We don't get the next version of that until 43. Which I think goes to... I have to actually look. Yeah, it goes to level 50. Yeah, level 43 we can use Calm. Yep, level 29 Harmony of Nature goes to 65. Yep. Because Harmony is just based that way. Yeah, Harmony is just straight up better than Pacify. And thinking, all right, we're level 39.7. We want to get to, yeah, it's 10:30. I don't want to be up till midnight. I think I want to get to 41 though tonight, if at all possible. Because then we can get to 46 tomorrow, as long as we don't screw around too much. And then on Thursday we can just start doing raids off the rip. So I think that's a good plan. So yeah, for those playing on Freeport, yeah, if you want to come do some dragons and gods, we're going to plan for that on Thursday. Oh, hey, this one just pulled itself. Right on time. So yeah, I know these levels are going to start getting... as stuff starts turning light blue. Oh. Oh, You know, we're gonna... Oh. Of course, that assumes that I will indeed make 46 by Thursday, which means we might need to hustle a little bit tomorrow. Not fool around too much. I'll see if anybody in the group has actual group ports. That would be very handy. So I think the plan will be Nagafen 0 through 4, then Vox 0 through 4, then probably Interrock 0 through 4, and then if time permits, Kazakh 0 through 4, though we'll probably just be out of time at that point, and we'll save Kazakh for Friday. Although I don't know if we just kind of tear through everything, then maybe it won't. Maybe we'll have time for Kazakh, but not sure. Oh. Yeah, you would have to grind, yeah, really hard, yeah. Well, you know, with the power of coffee and a good poop sock, just remember, you know, when you go to the store to purchase a poop sock, you get what you pay for. And, you know, more broadly, I think socks are something that you don't want to cheap out on. You know, kind of like shoes. But when buying a sock for pooping into, you really do not want to cheap out. You know, don't buy your poop sock off of Temu. Nice 1738 backstab right there. And 20 pairs of long white socks from Walmart for $5. Marnyok. Are you in striker stance? Nope. Nah, I never bother with striker stance usually. I'm sitting in offense stance the whole time. Though I swap to balanced occasionally because I just run out of endurance. Yep. Yeah, Berserker stance is so efficient. Especially if you're also a cleric. So you have access to Blessing of the Lord Commander to just offset all of the self-damage. Yep, offense inversion. Yep, me too. Yeah, Berserker, Monk, Paladin. Yeah, Endurance Drain. Um... Though, sometimes if I'm getting swarmed a little bit, especially with Beast Lord pets and stuff, I'll switch to evasive, just so I stop getting stunned. Until I thin out the herd a bit. Yeah, Palzerk Rogue for farming DPS build. I think my long-term, or my farming AAs at 50 build is going to be Paladin, Enchanter, something. Probably Cleric in the last slot. Just because at that point, the Charm Pet will be doing all of the work. I don't have to cause damage. I am just there to facilitate the Charm Pet. Yep, Beast Lord. Yeah, yep, they do now. Pretty much all the dual wield classes plus plus Berserker get block now to varying degrees. Yeah, I think Warrior gets it. Berserker gets it. Monk gets it like always. Beast Lord gets it. Ranger gets it. I think that's it. But that's basically everyone. Yeah, Knights notably do not get block. Which is part of why Knights get huge value out of having some kind of other melee class in the kit. Hey, level 40. Woot woot. Because getting access to block at all is a big increase to damage avoidance. Honestly, with all the upgrades and stuff, Knight Beast Lord might be a good combo. You get a nice array of utility out of Beast Lord. Notably, Shaw's Lethargy is like a 40% slow now. Not to mention, their fast cast spells, um, pets that actually work now, and that will also help stun and slow. I think like Knight Beast Lord Cleric would be really strong. Because the Beast Lord gets you most of the benefit of being a monk, including dual wield with most of the nice monk offhand weapons, other than Wu's Fist. Beast Lords get their own special weapons though from Sky, so they've got that instead. Um, But yeah, they add slow to the mix. Not quite as good as Shaman slow, but it's the next best thing. Plus, yeah, you put a decent chunk of extra levels on your pet to make it level 49. Uh, and let it just go to town to really pump your damage up. I think that honestly gives you a really solid base. Yeah, Beast Lord Sky quests kind of suck. Also, the Beast Lord weapon quest uses the same Eye of Vishan item as the Baton of the Sky, so it's got competition. Though, admittedly, for the Beast Lord weapons, one quest gives you two weapons. You get a primary hand and an offhand that are designed to be used together. So it's less bad. I think one of their other quests uses the Azarak skin that rogues use for something. Or alternatively, if you don't want to run Cleric necessarily, Beast Lord still gives you a second Wisdom caster to scale your mana off of. Though, just got to remember that not having a full caster means not having specialization and not having spellcasting mastery. And I think I need combat agility at this point. I think it is I think it is high time we take combat agility. Oh, hey, a Ghoul Sentinel. Hello, Ghoul Sentinel. Nice to finally see you. And now I'm going to end up probably filtering his loot. Oh, drops Brigandine Tunic? I mean, both of his drops are garbage, so it doesn't matter. Power Ranger Enchanter might be really good. Yeah, I think people sleep on Ranger. I mean, unless they're specifically, yeah, Dark Mail Gauntlets are just bad compared to the, like our Officers Gauntlets, which are just straight better. Like the passive attack buff from being a Ranger is huge. Force of Nature is really good. And Archery takes a fair bit of effort to make it good, but it does get good. You know, by the time you make a Mithril Champion Arrow plus 10 and have a Wind Striker, like, Archery actually becomes a valid playstyle. And yeah, the Fatch, we're on +2 here. And yeah, 28 AAs. What do you think you're going to be spending those on? Yep, difficulty +2. And yeah, any Ranger is just going to be melee Ranger for 95% of his career. But for that last 5%, Archery does become valid. And yes, experience, you get plus 20% XP stacking additively per difficulty tier. So +1 gives you 20%, +2 gives you 40%, +3 gives you 60%, And plus 4 gives you 80%. Yeah, plus 2 is not noticeably harder than plus 1. But the XP is noticeably better. Oh yeah, Fleeting Quiver. Hey, Viscar, how's it going? And Slabibby. Ranger Cleric Shaman. Having a lot of fun with that. Oh, very good. Nice. Lots of mileage out of Divine Invocation right there. Though, I mean, Divine Invocation is really nice for certain things. Like, I think the main use case I've had for Divine Invocation was swapping to that just long enough to cast Promised Renewal. Because it's already so fast by default that you don't need to invert it. So might as well just let its high mana cost get converted into free healing to help top your life off to make sure you live long enough for PR to actually fire. Yeah, I feel like Divine Invocation is pretty good. Getting free healing out of anything you cast is great. The downside is it comes with the opportunity cost of not being in recovery or especially inversion. And inversion is just so good at this point. I kind of consider it just the default invocation. Oh. What do I think of the current iteration of spell leveling? So far, pretty good. I still want to see what things like buff potency and such will look like in the next phase, assuming that comes out in the next phase. You know, because the system is not done yet. So far, though, yeah, the resist adjust on spells is crazy good. Pet levels are, I presume, crazy good. Level cap on Mez and Charm is just nuts. Um, and yeah, heal potency is pretty nice. Not nuts, like 25% more healing is not as impactful as increasing the max level on Mez by 10. uh yeah, and Charm getting plus 10 levels is bonkers. Um Honestly, yeah, the fact that Mez and Charm got 1-to-1 on their level cap increases, I think odds of that getting nerfed down to like half progression are pretty good. Honestly, Charm could actually probably be like a one per 3, and it would be fine. Charming level 61 mobs, assuming you can keep them charmed, is pretty wild. And at rank 10, the spell has 150 resist adjust built in anyway, so making it stick is actually fairly realistic. I will say the power or the damage increase on proc buffs is not super amazing. It would probably be more interesting on Puma. Um, but having to go to +8 to get roughly a 25% damage increase is a bit much. Though, again, Puma is a different creature altogether. And, Shaman are going to be +10ing that. No questions asked. Just off the bat. Also, because boosting the duration and reducing the cast time and reuse for that spell is gigantic. But, Instrument of Knife at +8, going from about 220 damage or so up to 288, does not actually move the needle on real practical damage. Or, Divine Might going from 65 up to 80 damage is not good use of motes. Honestly, the reason you would even upgrade Divine Might is for the resist adjust more so than anything else. Do dots get extra duration from upgrades? Yeah, mobs just XP mobs die before the duration runs out. I mean, that makes sense. Mobs you're XPing on at this stage of the game just don't have a lot of HP. Yeah, I mean, yeah, at breakpoints because there's rounding issues and stuff. Yeah, I would. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, though, being able to stack up that many more dots and then sit back and actually cast nukes against big targets, there's a pretty nice power bump for big targets. Even if you don't really feel it while XPing. And, not worth leveling as a dot build. I believe it. Because, like, frogs just have no hit points. Yeah, lower level mobs have no hit points, even. So. If you have Slam and Bash, does it matter which you use? They are actually the same skill, sort of. The difference is, yeah, Bash requires a shield, Slam doesn't. The difference is Slam only ever does 1 damage. Asterisk. There's some kind of little bug or something here in Legends that will cause Slam to do a little bit more than 1 damage. It's not supposed to do more than 1 damage, but it currently is. Not by a lot, but it's doing a little bit. So yeah, if you have a shield or if you have a two-hander and two-hand bash, if you're able to bash, that is, bash is better. Slam is the fallback. I think Fiery Avenger gives Slam a 20 damage boost. Keck. Yeah, Bash is just more damage. They do the same thing, conceptually. Though, yeah, and like I said, Slam is supposed to do exactly 1 damage, whereas even with like a two-handed weapon, Bash does some amount of damage. Not much, but more than 1. I think, by the way, what we're going to do what the plan is going to be. We're going to ding up to 41. Then we will... Ooh, 1525 backstab. Love to see it. We'll do a quick little tour of the live side of the zone to check for named. Then we're going to pop out... do a quick sweep of Shinlord on the way out of the zone. And... we'll do a quick named sweep in Wrath Mountains, and then I think we'll call it a night. Maybe check on Lord Grimrot, unless somebody else wants to go do that. Insurance is... Yeah, you don't get any kind of plate mail or anything like that. You're just wearing leather. Or robes. I don't know, you get to cosplay as a Jedi, though. I mean, you got that going for you. Or maybe as a, as one of the Asmeri from Path of Exile. Perhaps you could solve the mystery of the Druids. Is Mystery of the Druids guy the original PogChamp? Palmong Shaman will be very strong. Yeah, already is very strong. Yeah, people level with it right off the bat. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, and the fact that you're able to dual wield Aldrin and Wu's Fist, ultimately, just, yeah, glorious amounts of damage. Though that does require getting several really crappy sky drops. Yeah, then you add Puma on top of it. Yeah. Yeah, it's just goofy. Though, I gotta check. What's the, what is the, Beast Lord Plane of Sky offhand? Because I remember between the two Beast Lord weapons, like, one of them was really good, the other was kind of ho-hum. But you get them both from the same quest. They have a wrist that is kind of bad. Diaphanous Waistband, that's their haste belt, which is pretty solid. They have an arm slot with 5 save all. Not bad. And it's easy to get. Also, yeah, the wrist wraps are not amazing, but they are easy. Spearrock Beak Ear Cuff. Pretty weak sauce earring, but It's easy to get at least. And then, let's see, Wind Howl. Let's see, primary is 1222. Procs Heracle's Soothing. Ooh. Spirit Render is the offhand. It's 1023. The damage is less. Procs Shaw's Lethargy, though. You need Brass Knuckles. Okay, that's easy enough. You need Mithril Bands, which suck. Or at least it sucked for me. And a Sphinx Claw from Sister, which is moderately uncommon off of Sister. I'm like Discord that they're changing the RNG of Sky to have a bonus chance. Okay, oh, they did post that in public. Okay. Okay, so they that was something bonus chance of dropping, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, the like the I think like my idea for Sky was to have like a like 3-for-1 turn-in type. Oh god. That just, oh, we're gonna die. We are extremely dead. You know, just have like a 3-for-1 turn-in. Oh god. But yeah, just having the drops skew towards the classes you're on, very useful. Hopter's a monk today. Fantastic. Hopter is quite sturdy for his level. I mean, and he's level 40. He's only level 47 today, but, you know, only. You know, you've had 4 mithril bands. I saw 1 ever, and it took me days and days to get it. Oh, we got another ad. Rip. Just when I was starting to think we might have a chance, no. Nope. that's yeah, no. Yeah, no chance there. Oh, we are ally faction with frogs. That's nice. Yeah, your luck with the Afridi Greatstaff was like my luck with the Mithril bands. The desire sensor is just real. Yeah. Quick buff instead of FD. Rip. Yeah, the Paladin undead nukes are just bad. Did I? Oh. You know, the fact that Paladins now have a just live nuke that's flat out better than their undead nukes. Oh, wait, I should have hit... Yeah, it just makes the undead nukes kind of irrelevant. What's funny is Paladins get the undead nuke initially before clerics do. And then they get their first undead nuke at level 1. And then they don't get another one until like 25 or something. Oh, well, since we're here... Let's go check if the assassin's up. Nope. No such luck. Oh, there he is. Oh, because he's invisible. Duh, because he's a rogue. He hides. Durr. A lot of jank. Yep. Any Ghoulbanes? I killed one Shin Lord on my way into Lower Guck today, and he dropped the stupid wrist. Because, of course, he did. Hey, look at that. We got a Guise the Deceiver. Very nice. Ah, yeah, cool. You can actually put that in the activated items tab. Ah, pff. You still have to equip it, though. And you can't... okay, so hold on. I have to... Okay, you can put it in an equipped item and click it from there. Okay, that's fine. So if I want to be a dark elf, I can, but I don't want to be. But still, good to just have that in the kit, I guess. Oh, you have the Bixie blade for Aldrin. Based? Yeah, that's the hard part. Yep, never saw a Bixie blade drop on closed beta. That thing is a myth. It's fine. You know, despite the autocorrect, I knew what you meant. Yep, they took cleave off the bash cooldowns. Did not make sense that they overlapped in the first place. There was just no reason for that. You're 56, yeah. Too old for small phone touch keyboards. I understand. Like, I need a big, fat, full-sized desktop keyboard. I can't even handle laptop keyboards. They're just too small. Musufasa. I think, well, yeah, I think Charm is probably... I think Charm and Mez, like I said before, could probably have their level up bonuses toned down. So instead of being 1-to-1, it's like +1 max level per 2 ranks. I think that would be very fair. You know, interesting that they did not add plus level to stuns alongside Mez and Charm. I think, and with once overchannel is made to actually work correctly, overchanneled Allure plus 10 is basically Giga Dire Charm. Nothing will break out of that with its 300 resist mod. You know, 150 from being rank 10, plus another 150 for being overchanneled. Yeah, nothing will break out of that. Like, Enchanter doesn't seem amazing until you start marauding with a Charm Pet. And also just locking down the entire world with Mez. Then you realize Chanter is an absolute god class. And yeah, giving Abhorrence in Plane of Hate an Ifriti War Spear is... Well, if it's not a war crime yet, that is only because the UN has not had a chance to discuss it yet. People have been sent to The Hague for far less. Yeah, we still haven't even had updates to Class AAs yet. Yeah, Memblur, very good utility spell to keep in the back of your pocket. Never know when you might need it. And yeah, you know, AoE Mez plus, you know, Shiftless Deeds and a Charm Pet to do infinity DPS. Yeah. And honestly, with those kinds of resist mods, going to like hate on like +4, find yourself a nice multi-classed Redcon that just happens to have Rogue in its kit. Charm that. Watch it start, just like insta-jibbing everything it touches. Like, if you could find an Ashenbone Drake with Rogue in its kit, that will obliterate the universe. Non-primary rogue mobs don't backstab when charmed. That's probably for the best, actually. That is probably for the best. Virtual Gamer, good evening. I did get my ears lowered, as a matter of fact. I've actually been trying to get an appointment with my esthetician for the last 3 weeks. Was finally able to get a time slot that made sense for my schedule. So yeah, I am feeling about 5 pounds lighter. We're going to actually kill this wizard first, because he's going to have no hit points. And because he's going to be shit blasting me the whole time. I don't know, like, 200 something damage is really good for a proc at this phase of the game, even if it's undead only. I mean, it is just free damage. And it flashbangs the whole party. Yeah, you're having a blast on Paladin. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Another ring. We do not need more of those. We already got our range extension. Let's see, 85% XP. Very good. Almost to 41. Then you don't almost have to go to Befallen or Guck for leveling. I mean, both of those zones are just so good that you'd probably just want to go there anyway due to just pure efficiency reasons. Not to mention all the loot that drops from both of them. Yeah, Brass accidentally pushed a patch note live that was meant for next week. We might be getting an Unrest revamp next week. Yeah, Unrest is really good, but right now it's just kind of obsolete because it hasn't gotten the revamp treatment yet. Just in time for your Paladin Cleric Ench trio. Woot woot. Oh yeah, plus all those delicious Chanter stuns. And Cleric giving you the other stuns at actually appropriate levels. Instead of having to wait until 28 to get vanilla stun. Yep, cleric gets spell haste also, and some point blank AoEs. Right, 96. Once we ding 41, we're going to do a little live side named sweep. Uh, Lull's been working for me. Though if you're using overchannel, turn off overchannel because overchannel is broken right now. Yeah, they should only aggro if you get a crit resist. If the spell lands, you should be fine. What time is it? It's 11:45. Okay, well, it's... I guess it's okay that I'm starting to turn into a pumpkin. And ding 41. Glorious. So yeah, I think we should probably be able to make 46 tomorrow. So we can start our Dragon and God Massacre series. See, we already got the hand. No Cavalier, though. Rip. What? He was hiding and sneaking. Oh, was it because IVU fell off and that caused my invis to drop entirely? Way. Because hiding and sneaking didn't break my IVU. Also, you know, despite playing a completely random class, we were able to level just fine. There were a couple of tricky spots where we had to kind of play around our limitations a bit, but we pulled it off. Well, 66% random. Yeah, we were not necessarily speed running along the way. We stopped we took our time as we went to get some gear, although it was mostly just level grinding in Befallen. So, we never detoured out to any other classes. This is just what we got from grinding levels while it was level appropriate um, in Befallen and whatnot. Najina, we just kind of did a quick run through of. We did not spend a huge amount of time there. I see it looks like, is the Evil Eye up? Yes, alright, Evil Eye is up. That's good. Alright, just PHs for the Minotaurs. Alright, Ripperoni on the Elder Minotaur. Oh, excuse me. Mm. That was... Oh. I blacked out there for a second. Alright, we want to go... Actually, we want to go over and... Alright, so we want to check the noble right here. Which I think is that pH right there, or... no, no undead version, I take it? Just all live versions? Oh! Hello, a Froglock Noble. Ooh, that's a lot of ads. Let me go for, on Thursday, we'll do, Nag first, 0 to 4, and then we'll do Vox 0 to 4. And then we'll do Inrook 0 to 4 after that. And then if time permits, we'll go do Kazakh. Though by that point, we may just be out of time for the night. Another thing I got was Babs. But yep, totally worth it for Babs. Oh. Oh, lower Guck. You can start lower Guck in the upper teens. If you have the right kit. Oh, hey, there's the white gold necklace. Based. Which sadly our neck focus is already accounted for with mana pres, but we will add that to just the supply kit. Actually, pull that out. Pull the focus out. Put that over on the AUG tab. The necklace itself. Why does it have the quest tag on it? Maybe be able to report your party if you want. 36 should be 40 by... You know what? Honestly, 40 is fine for dragons. Yeah, just... But definitely get some fear resistance AAs. You are going to need them. Actually, wait. Since we're down on this end anyway, let's just go check on the king. I think we will need the higher level pacify in order to actually do the king. There is an herbalist right here. I forget what herbalist drops, but let's just do it. Oh, jeez. He multi-classed Shadow Knight, so he's very tanky. Alright. Yeah, Popper. Yep, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow. Ugh. I sure do love having to stun lock casters that have infinity mana. Ah, the mithril frog totem. Starving and remembered. I have a Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A would be pretty good right now, actually. Remember, the secret ingredient to Chick-fil-A chicken is pickle brine. Well, there's the Froglock King, but yeah, we do not have the ability to pacify the rest of the room, so no dice there. There's no way we're gonna do the king plus his guards. Why did that aggro? Oh, because there's just a random ghoul down here hanging out for some reason. I think this ghoul was a little bit lost. Alright, no Yun Priest, unfortunately. Darnite instead of a Crusader. Rip. Alright, well, I think that's... Alright, I think we can safely leave and quit the instance here. What was the focus that was on the sleeves? Oh, come on. I know that was a, Oh, right. It was, Yeah, there we go. Gator scale sleeves. Was that? Oh, that's just enhancement haste 1. Okay, that's... Yeah, not very interesting. Um... there are people in all of these. So we're just gonna... pick a random difficulty in the middle. And 26 Paladin, he's camping Ghoul Lord or Shin Lord 100%. So we will just leave him be. So let's go check on our good friend Slazak. Oh, and that'll also put us in a position to buy the remainder of our spells. Do we have any like 40, 41? Does that give us anything meaningful? Nope. Actually, 40 and 41 give us absolutely nothing at all. We do get Holy Might at 42 and Calm at 43, so... And then Haste at 44, so the next couple of levels are all kind of stacked for spells, or at least have something of value. Oh, whoops. No, we're not going to Plane of Fear yet. Skills Army, good evening. All the sons got level 22 to 6 plus. Oof. Yeah, definitely turning into a pumpkin right now. So I think we're gonna just maybe we'll check like +4 or something, then we'll check 2 personal instances, and then I think we'll leave it at that. Is boy howdy. You're way too happy about being able to kill a Paladin cleric without it healing. Yep. And yeah, I am. And I've got like, I don't know, 9 or 10 energy drinks down in the fridge. I was gonna save those for tomorrow, but might need one just to get through the last little smidge of the evening here. Okay. Actually, 4 people up in refined. Let's just go to 3. And we'll check this, then we'll just burn 2 charges. You went downstairs to eat that chicken? How was it? Oh. Well, there is the orc priest, unfortunately. But he is dead now, so... Anything? The Alright, well, let's create instance, make a non-respawning, difficulty 4. Oh yeah, chain stunning is great. Warrior, just a trash mob, not what we're looking for. Probably not what we're looking for. Let's see. All right, anything? At least when Quid Railstone spawns, he's extremely obvious. So I do not see anything that looks like a named in here, so we will quit the instance, we'll make one more, and then we will call it a night. I finally got to experience that with a bard and an enchanter in the group. Yeehaw. Ooh. Well, there's the Orc Priest, unfortunately. Oh, he went all the way out there? There are 2 Orc Priests right here. I might, like... Oh, yeah, I was stuck in a tree there. As so often happens. Did I just see a red con? Oh, it's Castle. Okay. Alright, we'll go up and check for Quid up here. And then we will just call it a night. Before I actually faceplant on the keyboard. Which has happened before, by the way. Stupid skeletons. Get out of here. Well, I definitely do not see him up around here. So let's just leave it at that. Again, when he's active, he's very obvious. And you know what? This is a good safe spot right here. So yeah, we'll just hide amongst the frogs. And okay, whoa, Wu's Fist is 1.0 at +4. Very nice. Yeah, Wu's Fist is just awesome, especially paired up with Aldrin. But yeah, that is definitely it for me for tonight. So we'll pick it up tomorrow, hopefully ding 46. And be ready to start doing Dragons and Gods on Thursday. So, but until then, though, that is it for me for tonight. So, thanks for tuning in, everybody in chat here, or everybody watch until the end out in VOD land on the YouTubes and such. I appreciate it all from all of y'all. So, my name's Tim. I will see ya next time. Good night.